quickly, because these were the odds that I had. I tried turning on the stream as fast as I could. The idea was to get a break before 11. Yes, I am. Sorry, I just don't have my window screen shared yet because I also don't want to screw up my positions. And the idea was if we can get this structure break here before 11, specifically of the 7-4, 7-5, 7-6 area. These are the spots we need to break to get a clearer progressive break in range, especially if we do it before mid-session. Okay? So these were the perfect windows. I had my first odds of retesting 6-4, 6-6 right here, which we did. So those conditions were met. Okay? These ones here, these were met. And then I had that second odd of coming back and retesting around 10:30, 10:32. 10:32 triggered 6-9. I didn't really have many odds during this window here. I had some around 10:46 to 10:48. We did come back and break 6-9. And then I had this window that started around the 10:54, 10:53, basically just before 11. So this kind of cleared window right here at 10:50. I don't know if you guys can see that. Really nice stick break at 10:52, but really it's the 7-4, 7-5, 7-6 area that we really want to try breaking. This is a very, very clean break. Remember, today's the highest odds of getting the 7-1, 7-4 break. And hopefully getting a retest of 71, 83, 86 to give us that zone entry of 7-1, 8-7, 8-8, 9-3. I don't really have to mark them, but that's kind of the goal for today's date, just because we have way too much risk if they don't at least try testing these areas. They could then recycle it right back down to that 7100 mark. This does decrease our risk of getting back there. Did anyone take the Amazon call, by the way? I did put that in the chat. It was a really clean move, but that was another leading indication too that they likely could push the index. This one also got a decent move off those lows. SPX is basically pushing to our 7144 spot. 7144 triggering here on SPX, sorry. Can you guys hear me? Please just double checking that you guys can actually hear my sound, because sometimes it auto mutes me. So I want to see if they can trigger and close above these ranges here before 11. This is perfect. 7178 test here at 1057. These are perfect core tests. These are exactly what we want to see at these points in time, specifically before 11. My timing today, I think, was perfect. So let's just see if we get a high of, I don't know if they'll do the high of week retest here, but if they did, that would be pretty crazy, because I wasn't really expecting a high of week retest before 11. I was just looking for a 71, 74, 76 break, which we got, so that's good. I want to see if they can hold 7-4 ahead of 11 o'clock. Did you guys capture the long trade? Please don't tell me you guys stayed like bearish bias. Like sometimes when I read the comments in the chats, it's like I do all this work and then everyone still has like, oh, okay, well, when are we going back to 6,900? I'm like, oh my God. You're like completely missing the entire point. Market doesn't really work like that. It works in progressive legs. So today is the last day for the 7th bar. So it is still stuck inside. So us breaking right now, you guys, ahead of mid-session, do you understand how this could really help this structure? Because it's kind of like the last portion of like this bar closing, basically. These are huge areas here, so just make sure you guys do de-risk off the 7170s, okay? Specifically before 11 in case some volatility comes in. The condition is to see if they can hold 7-4. So I took my long for Friday off the 7106 the day before. I did tell you guys that back in here. But I did do a long this morning too. And this morning was pretty good. I would say I would have preferred a 7158 break, but it was fine because you can see that they immediately pushed to retest 5758. And then when they back tested, they did a good job of holding that 50 spot here. So no re-entries back into the channel. A nice clean push to take us to 7-1, which was good. I think had they stalled 6-6 here, that wouldn't have been great. That would have probably replicated a lot like yesterday's price action. Does that make sense? So this was progressive. I didn't really have high odds of clearing 7.4 before 10, but I did have pretty good odds of clearing them here before 11. So 71.75 close at 11:50 at 10:59. I would say that that's a good close. It's still above our 7.4 spot, so this is good. See if we can get that 7.8 retest here at 11. This basically puts us in play of getting a zone entry as early. I had some odds as early as like 11:21 and 11:30, but technically mid-session would be fine too. Hopefully this helped you guys. I don't know if I'm going to stream the whole session today, but an SPX stalling right off this 4.4 area, which would be like right around here. I think it stalled around the same spot that this 3.8 area stalled. So you can maybe apply the same range, 6.2. Nice creaser or Sreezer. I don't even know how to say that. Sreezer? How do you say that? Sreezer? Okay, let's see if we get some followed breaks here. So I would say that this condition of closing above 7.4 before 11 was met. Okay, and yes, this does matter. I don't care if this looks super annoying, messy, whatever. I'm trying to nail like the highest precision of accuracy in terms of time and price. So I don't care what my chart looks like. I don't care if it's on a 1 minute. I don't care if I pull up a 5 second. I want to make sure I get the full range on the session today. Can we technically get 7,200 today? Yes, okay, we have to start setting conditions now, okay? So since we cleared 7174, 7178 ahead of 11 a.m., which was my huge condition for today, okay, and closed above 7174 before 11 a.m., so like wider structural breaks, we can set some conditions for weekly highs, all-time high, retest by mid-session. Ideally sooner if we want zone entries. Okay. I need to make coffee because I did not have coffee yet today. Can I get some feedback, you guys, on this past week? Like, I tried my absolute best to be as detailed as possible and prevent people from getting super biased, okay? That neutral zone bounce off 7106 is insane, especially because 7106 is our, I know the thing says 7100, but 7106 is the neutral spot, right? Because once you're beneath 710506, like 7099, 7106 is kind of like the lower neutral spot, whereas like 0610 is like the mid. Above 10 to 14 is obviously the best, but those could also be reasons why we potentially like stalled earlier this morning too. Is kind of like obviously holding 7114 would have been better, but 7106 was still okay. No, I'm glad. Sorry, the streams are probably so long, and that's probably so annoying for you guys to rewatch. I tried summarizing some of it. Like, thankfully, I had turned on the mic into close. I don't have the mic turned on right now, though. I don't know what I did to that bot, but it's so annoying. I don't want to turn it back on because it keeps giving audio to everything people are typing in the chat, and I don't feel like figuring out that right now. Yeah, but not just that. Like, this was insane price action last night. I don't know why that thing kind of keeps bypassing our core spots at 7120s, which anyone that knows me knows I always look for core holds. So I don't know why it kept kind of bypassing that, but like this hold right here, this is insane, right off that neutral spot. Look at where they took it right back to 70, 71.20. Okay, this was an immediate core reclaim. Okay, this here. And then they broke the zone above 71.34. Do you see this? Like, this is extremely calculated. 71.38 even tested on that. And then they took out not only 71.38 and 4.4, they took out the full channel to 71.51. So this was very progressive. Then they came back, proceeded to hold 71.3839, tested 5.8. This is where they stalled 5.8. You can see that they tried their best to keep it above 5.1 here until they basically lost that, and then that's what took it back to 3.8, 3.3. Okay, we still could have afforded going back to the 20s here, like that was fine. You can kind of see the slight breach here around 1875, but then they closed it right back above 20. This area right here. So this was a bull hold. So some people just kept saying, oh, if you fail 71.60s or 50s and then you come back to 4.438, then you automatically go back to 7100. No, that's not true. You normally have a bull retest. Okay, in this case you would, because of the fact that you held neutral, but also the fact that you tested here. Like, had we not tested 71.58, sure, okay, but we had tested 71.58. That's a mid-core area. Does that make sense? Mid-core, like, test means you likely are going to hold lower core first. Like, I would have been more concerned if we failed the 71.20s, okay? The mid-range between 71.0506 and our 71.44 is what? So between here and our calculated spots at 4.4. It's that 71.24, 71.25. Okay, so do you see this hold right here? Okay, are you guys understanding this or not? I tried explaining this morning, but I don't think some of you guys got this. So this was a higher core hold, but it's also a very calculated core hold. It's not a random core hold, okay? This was very calculated, and I did send it this morning. I just feel like, I swear, sometimes I feel like I type and it's all overlooked. So this was the range differential off the previous open close, and I did say that, here, I'm just going to copy paste this again. The daily also had potential for an outside break, which is exactly what's happening right now. We did break outside, so that's an engulfing pattern. But do you see that? 71.25 versus 2.5 differential, because it was 71.25, 75 lows, was 0.75. That could give you a tiny, tiny, tiny break above that 7.3, okay, to 7.4. The 3.5 point difference is what could push that 7.6. So I know for a fact that 7.4, 7.650 is going to be extremely calculated today. That's what's going to help us clear to 7.18893. So a lot of overnight conditions last night are kind of what preset this, okay? Does that make sense? So now just looking at it from this perspective, okay? Let's reset. So this was a good hold. Then they came back, brought it above 3.3. Okay, they tested 3.8 right here. You can see this is what I was talking about. And maybe if you just look at it with just the base levels, it would make a lot more sense. So we know 71.0506 is huge. We know 71.20, 22 area is huge. We also know that the 2.475, 2.575, 2.6 area is huge. We know that 3.2 is very important. Same with 3.3. We know that 3.8 and 3.6 are important. Okay. I just want you guys to see it, because I feel like if you don't see it yourselves, then you're not really going to capture this. I would still maybe mark for 1 since it's like the midpoint, but this way you guys can kind of see. Then I would mark the 50 and 4.8, because these are the top of like the zone spots. Then you could mark the 5.8, 5.9, 6.4, 6.6, 6.8, 7.1, 7.3, 7.5, and then obviously the 7.4 areas are pretty huge, okay? Does this look calculated to you guys? Like, look at how this traded. This is insane. So you had your hold, your immediate retracement, okay, right here. Immediate retracement above the channel, right back above the channel at 5-1. You stalled 5-8. You came back. You tried holding 3-1, 3-3. You breached slightly. This made sense because this breach right here was very similar to the breach of the 20. So like this right here beneath 3-2, 3-3 was about 1.25. This right here beneath here was about 1.25. Do you see that? Okay. Same thing here. This break right here earlier was above the 4-9. Where was it? This is above the top of the channel, was about 1.25 because 4975, 4950 is roughly the top of the channel. So every single time they had these clearance breaks, there was kind of some slight thresholds. Poets crossing that 1175. And then they brought it back. Okay, so look at how they brought it back right here. This is where they had initially stalled, but then this is where they ended up holding, bringing it back to 3-3, 3-6. Okay, there's a slight tiny breach right here back to 3-1, but that's okay because I think it's basically within that 3-2, 3-1 threshold. Do you see what I'm saying? And then they brought it back over 3-6, 3-8, 4-4. You can see where it was super heavy at 4-4, and they were trying their best to hold 4-1, 3-8. Then they pushed 4-9. I feel like had they not pushed 4-9 prior to testing back here, that would have been bad. So this right here was crucial, okay, for trying to come back and hold this range right here, as was retesting 4-4. Does that make sense? This is all kind of what played into if you fail 3-3, you still could come back and hold your midpoint because you technically could afford making a higher low above 2-1, 20, 18. Does that make sense? Because this area is your midpoint. This is between 71.44 and 71.06. Is everyone on the same page? And then they also had the exact same threshold above and below again, right here, look. Then they held, this was a great hold, back above 3-8, breached just slightly, brought it, and this was okay because they didn't fully push to 4-4. Had they pushed to 4-4, no, I wouldn't have been okay with them bringing this back beneath 3-2, 3-3. Does that make sense? So had they actually brought this back above 3-4, no, we wouldn't have wanted them to come back beneath like 3-2, 3-3. Okay? It's relative, everything's relative to price. So that was only okay because they had stalled there. They never gave the full push. Had they gave the full push, no, you had to have held 3-3. Okay? Then they came back, pushed 4-2, then you can kind of see the slight hold. And I noticed that the differential between here now, okay, between 3-3, 3-2 was roughly 1.5 to 2 points, and then the range differential between here and 4-4 was roughly 1.75 points too. Do you see that? In terms of like the range differentials here. So this was the difference between where they stalled right here, okay, at 336, 3475, and where they stalled right here. Maybe it's easier if you guys see it like this. Do you see the common patterns here? Then they brought it back over 4-4, okay, and this is where we really have to now start sustaining that 3-6. Remember how I said the previous night they failed to sustain that 3-6 spot? I don't know if you guys remember that. Do you remember that? Back in here overnight. Remember how they failed to sustain 3-6 in here when they should have? Okay, and they took it to 2-8. That was something that was improved last night. Okay, so these holds right here, I don't know if you see it. This was very, very, very important. These 3-4, 3-6 holds. Then they started pushing back over 5-1, and they took out 6-8, 6-9. Had they stalled 6-4, 6-6 here in pre-market, that would have been a bad look. Basically, this here, okay, was the reset that we wanted to see happen in real time yesterday, that they just couldn't push until the end of day. That 6-6, 6-7, 6-8, 6-9, remember that? That was the 6-6, 6-9 break, okay? Ahead of open. Had they not done that ahead of open, we probably would have stayed stuck today, okay, beneath these areas. So this would have been closer to like 6-6, 6-8, okay? This probably would have stalled 7-1, 7-2 again. Then they brought it back and opened it right at that 5.2 area. I would have still preferred that 5.8, like I said. Notice the hold here of 3.6. I mentioned this in pre-market. This was super calculated, okay? The fact that they held 3.6 there was not a coincidence. Why? Because this is the structure that improved, okay? So that's what we failed to do the night before. Had they failed that, it would have just basically fucked up everything that they did. All that work that they did would have been for nothing. Does that make sense? Like all of this progress would have been for nothing had they taken out 3.6 right here. And it wouldn't have allowed for this clean continued price action. And I already sent that this morning, but that was the structure fix that they had to do. So you can kind of see then they kind of stalled between 5.1, 5.5, 5.8. Pre-market, this was positive, okay? The 4.6 hold. No breaks back beneath 4.8, 4.9. What are they avoiding here? This is huge. What did they avoid here? And specifically by holding that 3.6 there, and then you can see the 4.1, 4.4. What did they avoid here? And this is huge. This is what's helping us get range. They avoided getting back into that shitty channel, okay? So this was a huge positive, okay? They initially pushed. They got us the 7.1 retest early. The 5.8 retest. Remember I said they have to break 5.8 within the first 5 minutes? They did. Because they failed to open above there, but they could reset it if it's before the first 5 minutes. They did. Look, right at the 3.9. Do you see that? Right at 9:39. And I said that it has to be within the first 5 minutes. They have to try breaking 5.8, which they did. Okay. Then they push there. What do you guys notice here? 4.8 holds. Okay. Yes, we could have afforded a 4.4 back test, but do we really want that after all this progress here? No. Okay. See if we can get some push and breaks here. I did say 11. I think I said 11.16 to 11.21. 24 was that next window. So see if they can try getting a push. And then we had the odds at 11. So hopefully you understand how this structure played out. This is very, 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 very clean price action, okay? So everything that they've done here has been pretty calculated. This was the next window that we had here. Pretty sure it was around 11.16, 11.21, 24. It was just before the 11.30 mark. I wanted to see if they'd test the 80 spot. Okay. There's also some really nice flags that are happening here from the core holds this morning. I really, really liked this 167, for instance. This is off those core holds. And this is around that flip that I had this morning before 11, okay? So this is kind of like the structure break on that third bar. And this period basically runs from then until mid-session. And this is where we progress. Do you see that? And that runs till 1:30. 129. So this is where basically market has to be on its best behavior before that fourth bar flips over. There's a few other ones that you could watch too. Some of the 220s, 223. These are kind of some wider structures that flip at 135. I'm mostly watching the ones that have the 3-bar continuation, but like this one flips at 11.25. This was also linked with our structural holds around the 71.25, 75 area this morning. Okay. This was that 9.50, 11.25. So this period's coming up right here. That's why I'm watching 11.24. Because that's a core to core flip. Does that make sense? This is a core to core window. Okay, core, this area here to here. This is the window. Does that make sense? This is as early as it started here. Okay, has to start pushing after 1042. So this window here. Okay, through this window here. That was the core break. And that runs all the way through till roughly like 1:30, which is why I'm not too concerned if we don't get zone entry before like 12:30, 12:45, 1, but I would like to retest the weekly highs before mid-session, hopefully. So we'll see. 71, 79, 50 highs so far. Yeah, they were. And there was that window for them to be aggressive between this period here. I didn't really check any of the smaller time frames today, but I figured that they probably did flag off the 1042 to 1045 windows. I mean, you probably could check for them on your own if you wanted to. I would imagine they'd be like off a like 19, 20 minute or higher. Let me see. Yeah, like this. This is clean. I would maybe align the ones that are... This isn't bad. I'd probably try to see which ones took out that high range first, though. Okay, and a lot of these are between that 1114, 1136 window, too, so that's good. Same with the 1052. 1052 was very important because that's when they pushed 7-2. Okay, so same with the 5-7. So if you can see some alignment with that. 2-hour frames are good, too. Well, we were flagging off like that 2-day, right? So that kind of like takes... This is another one that's linked with our 1052, 1115 marks. These are not exact, but these are still some nice bull flags that you could follow. I would think that the structure gets a bit better as they start getting a bit higher, like this. These aren't bad. This is getting a bit better. This is off my 1116. Can someone help me track these? I'm gonna start marking them. Let's do, so this was the 1, 2, 3. This is the third bar. I'm gonna start marking the third bars as a light blue, okay, and the fourth bars as green, because that's gonna be the fourth bar duration between these windows, okay? Just to see. And these are all the flags that formed in the real-time session that I'm going to mark. Like, these are not fully exact, but this one's probably the nicest one so far. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Can we watch the 35-minute, please? This runs through mid-session, too. Can we watch the 38-minute? This is one of the nicer setups. This was the 1028, 1106. So these ones still, you guys, we could definitely get to 7200 if we have setups like this. If we have 38, 40-minute flags that are only on their second bar, this could easily get into the zone today. Some of these third bars don't even flip until 1144, 1130. Okay, some of the fourth bars don't even flip till mid-session, 1222, 1230 through 1 o'clock. I just need someone to help me track them. So 38-minute, 28. 28's not that clean, but it could be a short one. I think 35, 38. I guess we could use the 34, it's just not, I don't really like that one. I'm noticing a lot of confluence though around like the 1144, 43. windows. This one's okay. It's not that great. Poet crossing that 1190 spot. I want to see the ones that include some of the pre-market moves, like this one. See, this is very clean, and this was the 1048. This is the third bar. I really like this one. And this runs until that 1136 to 1224 window. So a lot of these have that window open here. And these are the exact points in time that we want to be breaking. 1125 testing my 7180. That was perfect timing on that. There's some windows that open up right here. You can kind of see some of these continuation patterns. Some of these ones on the wider time frames look really nice, like the 48 minute. 48 minutes on its third bar, that runs to 1136. 1136 to basically 1230, you guys, could be expansion period. Okay, this is a very, very, very important time of day for ES in terms of like these pushes around 1041, 42, 48, 50, 52. Okay. I really like the 48 minute. 48 minute, super clean. So I'm guessing my thoughts are just over a half hour, just under 30 minutes. Okay, and just over just over half hour, just under an hour. This is a really nice one for this bull structure. This is 1009. And what was that? 1009. 1, 2, 3, 11. And then again 1151 through 1242. A lot of these fourth bars are during mid-session. So our odds would get pretty high in that case. I'm not going to mark this one because this one didn't take out highs then, but this one we could mark. This one flips at noon for the fourth bar. And this one flipped at 1106. So there were a lot of odds around that 1106, 1114 time frame like I figured. I already have those marked from earlier in the session, but it's nice to see some of these flags also aligned with these flips here too. This one flipped at 26, 24. This was part of the 24, so that's good. Same thing, runs through 1222 until 120. I think this will, like, this would throw people so off guard. I am so glad we're on the right side, because I swear to God, majority of people aren't. I could tell even by the comments I'd read whenever anyone responds in that Substack chat. I'm like, everyone is still very, very bearish, and they don't really understand that we're in a 7th bar period here, which could push us back to highs, especially if they hold that 7100 mark. Some of these 70-minute charts look so clean. The fact that these are only on their second bar is crazy. Because that basically means that the fourth period, some of them don't even start until mid-session and run till like 2 o'clock. So that's what could keep, do you understand that? That's what could keep this a continuational trade until end of session today, like a trend day basically. Because this was 28.44. Between that 11.44 and 12.24 period, I think is when we'll get a good idea, and it makes sense. It's going to be based on 76 minute. There's a lot of really nice structures. Okay. 77. Basically just look at most of the ones that are just over an hour, just under a half hour, just under an hour. This one is nice because this aligns with that 924 low. I'm pretty sure that was the time that they hit that low, and my 1041. Okay, so I'm gonna mark this one. This is a good time frame. This is right before 12, so that's interesting because that's, most of the other ones were at 12, and this one's 115, which is exactly mid-session, you guys. So 115 through 232. Can we watch the 74 minute, or is it the 74? What is that? 77, sorry. 77 will be a primary frame today. Okay. Technically, we can just track all of these. Most of them are going to be probably just after, so like 1054, 1212, 130. They're generic flips that I use every day anyway, but I really like that one because that one aligned with that hold. And then likely some wider ones here that are the 1225 through 150 windows. And this probably runs till 315. So this is, do you understand what I'm saying, you guys? When you have patterns like this, you can see literally, if depending on what they do during this window here, we could see something like this. Okay? Is everyone on the same page? So basically we could see a break to the 7200s today with these areas potentially being triggered. I had higher odds around 7205, 07, 08, but I mean, if they hold 7150s today, there is a slight odd because of these mid-core holds, okay, right here, and these core holds overnight that they could maybe give us those core-to-core ratios. So 3-bar continuation is in play here for mid-session. We're basically in third bars for majority of these, but the wider structures haven't even opened their third bars yet. The highest window was around this 1144 period, specifically for retesting the weekly highs. So I want to see if they can try triggering that as early as like this 1135-36 window. If we can get back to weekly highs, which I think was 183, right? 7183. Oh my god, this is going to be so hard to see now. Oh well. 7183. Maybe let's mark that in yellow or something. And then our all-time high at 7185.75. What's our target for today? The first big targets. Don't get this wrong. If you guys get this wrong, I would be so annoyed. So that window had the best odds, okay? This one's coming back on Poet. Have a safe flight, Josh. Some of the earliest exhaustion bars start happening now, like this, like the ones I shaded green. These are the fourth bars, so I think some of the earliest ones are here. So clearly they've reduced range a little bit. Do you guys see that? By like 3.25 points. So they're slightly trying to stall here. Just be a little bit cautious. The better odds seem like they were closer to this window here. There's a lot of crossovers. And then just before 12 and just before mid-session was a very high probability window too. Make sure you guys have trailing stop set, obviously. This one I need to set an alert at 12:06. I'm gonna take a quick break though and make coffee, but I can leave the stream on. SPX, same thing. This one has to get out of this channel now, okay? So obviously has to get above 71.48. So this is kind of where SPX is stuck. Could we stay stuck here for a while? Think about it. So if SPX is in the channel, okay, and ES is at all-time highs and in between core areas, could they keep us nested here for a while? Especially if we have a full window from basically 11:36 until around 2 o'clock for some of these bars. Possibly, yeah. So just specifically if they don't start breaking the weekly highs during this window here, okay? The best window is around that mid-session. So just kind of keep that factor in mind, like based on where SPX is currently trading, okay? SPX did get to 3.8 yesterday and then kind of came back, and so far they did a good job digesting a little bit between 3.8 and 4.4, but I think they might need a little bit between probably 4.4, 4.3 and 4.8, okay? Okay, I'm gonna put myself on mute and I can just leave this on for you guys if you want. These were some early triggers too that I noticed when they started selling off, but the entire market now is basically going green. And versus just the few sectors that were trending this morning. So most sectors now, tech is flat, and so our financials are almost flat. I think financials will be a big leading indicator too if they continue this, but you should have some covers in this area here, guys. So like 71, 78, 80, 81, these are huge areas, especially like just before all-time highs and during this area here. If you want to take a short hedge, that's entirely up to you. It is a little bit risky just because we're in these third and fourth bar windows. So but because SPX is consolidating a little bit and could digest, technically it's not a terrible spot around like 71, 80, 79, 82. Like this area here is still a good area for shorts, but make sure you'd have it as mainly a hedge just because today's odds are still fairly high. We're still stuck in an inside range on the 2-day, so just keep that in mind. They still have yet to break because they haven't taken out 8.3. And I figured that they could definitely stall this area here quite a bit. And I could see that stall right before 36. 36 was the first window of taking it out. So they gave that immediate reduction and kind of stalled. Areas that we have yet to digest are what? Don't get this wrong. Which areas have we not digested yet? Which we still have to do. And this is another reason why they could easily bring this back and kind of go sideways for a little bit here. Aside from the wide time range we have, which areas have we not digested yet? Between 7.1, 7.4, 7.6, 7.8, 8.1, right? We haven't digested those areas yet. So that could play a big factor here too. Okay, I'm going to put myself on mute. I'll be back in probably 10 minutes or so. Can you guys hear me? Remember how I was saying that 76, 77 minute are going to be huge for today, primary frames? This is pretty insane because this was right off that 11:44 mark. I figure that that's likely the time that they'll start making somewhat of a decision. The earliest point of exhaustion was 11:36. I didn't like how they stalled 8175 here, but you see the continued reduction here off 74. So they lost 74 right here. I don't know if you guys can see that. They did still close above 74 though on the 11:43 stick, which is ahead of the 4-4 flip. So 11:44 a.m. huge time of day along with 11:36 a.m. 71, 74, 50 still closed above but opened and cleared below. What I mean by that is they still closed it above here, but then and opened above here, but you see how they took it out on that stick? Look at that volatility that came in. Then the news came in. That's crazy because that was one of the first periods of an exhaustion period. Isn't that nuts for that to come in and occur, especially if they can't sustain the range? Okay, and then they tried holding off 6-6 it looks like, and now they're kind of just nesting 6-6. So, and this was the next bar here at 11:51. Same thing, they took out 6-8. And then you can kind of see they came back, retested this low here, right at 51. And this runs till just before 12. And then there is that period just after 12. So they're for sure reducing range. And this made sense that they would do that based on SPX being in the channel. So I figured SPX could get a back test of the channel range too. Is there a probability that they could stall highs today? They could come back, retest them, and then stall them. I think it's too early to make that decision, but technically, yes, that was one of the probabilities if they decide to take it back and forth once again and pin the close to make the decision tomorrow, okay? So, because we technically have until tomorrow. That would be the worst case scenario for today, is if they don't continue during mid-session and then they keep this basically sideways. And that would end up making it pinnable because I feel like that they still took out enough range to hold. Does that make sense? Because they still took out 7174 to 7181, which is what could keep us around these ranges. It's not enough to take us all the way back down, but it's not enough to take us further up. Does that make sense? And that could be the case if they want to delay this till tomorrow. I don't think that that's going to be what plays out today, but we'll see. We'll have a much better idea once we start getting closer to that 12:30 1:15, 1:30 window, because that's going to be our mid-session, and a lot of our fourth bars are during these periods here, okay? That's a really good negation before 12. ES trying its best to put up a bit of a fight here. Maybe watch those time frames I sent are linked with 11:44. The reason I sent those are because those are the times of day that we need to get back over 7174 by. Does that make sense? So what you could watch on that are these. You could watch even like some of the smaller time frames if you want. I'll send them. So how do I paste this as plain text in here? Control. Okay. So look at these structure breaks at 55, 56 ahead of 58 and 12. Remember how I said that 58 was a very interesting time frame because it's ahead of 12? That, I'm pretty sure, was the 72-minute chart. Or 77 or something like that. 49, 77, 98. 49. So I think it was a 77-minute. Yeah, it was. And this was linked to that 924. And it's also linked to that 115 mid-session. So, an interesting time frame. Okay. What do you guys think? You think that they could try pushing back here before noon? Remember the condition for 11 o'clock, so that 10:59 window back in here was to try getting it above 7.4. So if they keep it beneath that, I think before 12, that could definitely increase volatility over the next hourly period. And so far, they're trying their best to reduce range. You can clearly see that here off the 57 stick ahead of 5.8. And that reduction on this stick is likely enough to have brought it back above these ranges here. That's a total of like 5.25 and 4 points. Do you see that? That would have been enough to bring this back to these ranges here. So they're intentionally trying their best to keep some volatility alive. You guys can hear me, right? Because I'm pretty sure I turned back on my mic. So what do you guys think, real quick? This is a there are some flips just after 12, so it's not the end of the world if they don't break here, because we have some odds at 1208, 1209, 1212, but do you think that they have some odds to get this back over 7.4 off that 12 o'clock frame? And clearly you can see the volatility on these sticks, so I'm only setting that to 1 minute since there's not very much time. Quickly vote on that, because there's not very much time. I'm going to reset some alerts. So my thoughts would be that they would at least have to be over 7.1 for that to even be a probability. So far that's not really looking like the case. This seems like maybe if they delay it throughout this period here, like the 1205, 1208, 1212. This one's still stuck. Voted yes. Yeah, I didn't think they would by 12. That didn't really seem likely, because especially off that 58 stick and that 5.7 reduction stick. But they could keep that window alive during this period here. Having those retracements becomes pretty crucial, especially ahead of mid-session. And there were some odds around 12, 22, 24, 25. Mid-session is around here, but okay, so let's do another pull then. Which end do you think gets taken out first? Because obviously 6.4 triggers volatility. So 7.164 or 7.174. I think if they take out 6.4 and 5.8, then this is really gonna reduce range on the session here today. That's probably gonna put it in that pinnable scenario. I set that for 2 minutes. So which end do you guys think they'll break first? If they're going to break one, and likely during this period here. They're kind of just sitting right in between right here. Both ends are what basically can take down structure or take up structure. Oh, we can have news come out too. Are there any events this afternoon? I probably should have checked that. Okay, I know we have auctions at 1, but I didn't think we had anything in before then. Like after 11:36, 11:44. So it would have to be news driven. This is kind of the wider range, okay? Kind of think of it like this, because this is technically the overhead. This is the area we had preferred to open at today. And again, we didn't get the absolute best open, which is what could basically prevent us from getting those full ranges today. A 6-4 break here just before this 1205, 1208 window. These are kind of the... Did anyone take a short hedge off the 7-8 to 8-1 area? Like I had mentioned before making coffee. I only took 3 contracts. I'm thinking I should have taken more. But I didn't get the best entry, so... Crude also made that break back over that 93.78. I did notice that, and crude did that right at 11:34.36. So again, a very interesting take on oil. Oil coming back right at those exact frames that we needed ES to hold 7.4 in between here, and then even off the 4.4 window to 4.8, 4.6, and now the same thing here off the 12.05. 1204 breaks. Okay, and I would imagine ES probably just broke here at the 1204, right? Yeah, they did. 1204 back testing 71.61. This is what could really increase risk for the session today. Back to that 5.8 and 5.7 area. There's a lot of these 4th bar exhaustion windows happening right now. Well, where did you enter your calls? The period is an entire hour and a half, this period here. These green bars are the earliest points that they could start exhausting. Okay, so 36 stalled. 11:44 was very, very crucial. This stalled 7.4. This is when I went to the bathroom. I did say be careful, and you could take some short hedges off the 7.8 to 8.1 area. You're still within a range. There's 2 scenarios that they could do today if they don't clear the 80s, is that they could keep this pinnable in these ranges here and roll till tomorrow, since they have till the 24th and technically until the 28th. Or they could try retracting this range during mid-session, which obviously is going to take some more work. Well, we're long off 7100s though. Okay, so like off 7106, 7122. So where you're taking along is obviously relative. These areas are huge, and I did say make sure you take at least half off 71, 74 to 81 area. Market progresses above 74, okay, but it doesn't clear until you get back above here. You're still in that range. The range just kind of increases slightly. I need help tracking the structures I sent earlier because I don't remember all of them. I do know that these were the first crucial points, but and this one here, but I don't remember what structures these were. 12, 22, 23, 24, 12. I think the 1205 was the 35. 1208, which is this here. I think that's the 68 or 64. I don't remember exactly which one. These were some of the primary ones. Make sure you have your alerts set on oil too, especially off that 93.78 mark. So this clearance right here, specifically before that 1136 window on ES. I'm gonna just preset these two. So 95, 93, 85, 95, 15. This was the 78. This also flips at 1212, and this is pretty close to when they triggered highs, so I already have this marked off those wider time frames, but I would still for sure mark that 1212 area because this is going to be an important point in the day to see whether or not they really want to fully try to bring this back around or if they're going to exhaust this afternoon. If they do, then we're likely going to get stuck in some sideways price action where they could pin the close and roll this into tomorrow. I would also maybe watch that 34 and 62 minute. This one already flipped over. This was the 1, 2, 3, 4. That runs till 12:42. So this one's nice because it's right around mid-session. And then I don't remember if we were watching this. I thought we were watching the 35. And then this one here. So these are still within like those third bar periods, but the issue is some of the earlier frames already were hitting their fourth bars. This one runs till 12:36, so this is linked to 11:34, 12:36. This is a very important window here. Okay, it's already our mid-session window anyway, but this is a very, 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 very important window to decide whether or not they're going to fully give back range or if they're going to still keep some odds in play. I would say conditions would have to be, like I said, you have to sustain this 5-8 area, but you do have to start trying to get some structure breaks back over at least the 7-1. We're not going to see any progression until they bring this back over 7-4 though. And I would say that since they reduced range by quite a bit right here, specifically off our 44, 46 windows here, and the 35, 36, like this here would have likely triggered the 8-5 retest, whereas this here could have triggered an 8-8 zone break. Okay, so they really have to start negating around now. 12-12 is so important. This is linked with these stalls up here. Okay, so 12-12 is that first negation period off. I think we were watching 26, 28, 39, 42, 26, 28. Okay, do you see this? You guys, this is one of the first ones I sent this morning. This is the fourth period here from 11:44 till 12:12. Okay, so how important is it, pay attention, because don't just gamble, that you negate some of this range back to that 7174 area between this 1212 1240 period. Mid session is 1245 through 115. I would say you'd probably want to get back above that range before mid session, otherwise you'll probably have issues negating this. Sometimes they do this on fourth bars where they exhaust if they want to limit range on the session. So if they want to make it closer to like 71, 88, 87, 89, 93, they could do things like this. But if they don't exhaust during this period, that's where we could easily see that 3-bar continuation down. So kind of like how we saw this play out, we could see it on the inverse. So very, very, very important points in the day here where they have to start pushing to exhaust. Okay, 34 minutes, another one that we could use. And can someone help me with the frames? Track these. I have to manage my positions too. But this was another one. This was one of the nicer looking ones. It's not aligned to high of day, but it's a nicer looking structure. This was 1205 through 1240. Okay, and I think we said the ones that were aligned with exactly at mid-session were the 25, 45. Okay, they're not as clean, but they're nicely aligned, and they have some earlier flips closer to like 1220. 45, okay, and the 75, 76. These were some of the ones that I was already watching anyway, but because could this 76-minute go back green technically? This is what you'd need on a wider basis. The 77, 76 were some of the primary frames that we were watching. This is the one that's linked to the actual mid-session. Could you go back green on these wider frames? Yes, but you'd have to start retracing during this 1212, 1225 to 1242 window, okay? And you'd have to see some pretty aggressive push in price. Otherwise, I'm just going to mark the 1248, 1250. These weren't part of the flips, but these are times of day I always watch anyway. And that's mid-session here at 1245. So the odds today, though, for ES are closer to 1240 and 1242 and 1236. So that's just ahead of mid-session. So it's pretty obvious. If you can get back above 7.4 before mid-session, okay, they could ideally negate this and hold that range in here, okay? And if they hold above 5.8 by, let's say, 3 points, okay, let's just say this, then that could get recycled to the upside up here. But they really have to get moving if that's going to be the case. Earliest odds was around 1222, 1224. There was that 1220 mark that I had just mentioned. It's not the nicest structure, but it's aligned with, what did I say that was aligned with? Oh, one of the earliest fourth bar negations. So that would be the first period, okay? So, in other words, for this to try exhausting. Sometimes you can measure these too if it's easier for you, like just to see. So obviously you'd have to get back above a 50% range, which is close to 71, 71. So that could be one of your first conditions for that 1220, 1224 period, okay? In here. You'd probably want that a bit sooner than that though. Like, I'll probably have to take out at least 6.8. Okay, I'm going to put myself back on mute. Before I took a break, I was telling you guys that they haven't digested this area on SPX, and they haven't digested between basically 6871, 74, 7881 on ES. So that's why I'm saying that if they want to keep this stuck a little bit today, they could, especially in these ranges, which is unfortunate because obviously we want to try clearing back over these spots. But this is also the channel on SPX. Channels typically the most probable area to stay digesting or resting or staying sideways. Hence the importance of meeting these conditions during these points in the day. These were some of the fourth bar exhaustion periods on the 48-minute. This was the 11:36 till 12:24. Okay, I should be unmuted now. I just unmuted myself. So I just want to put this in as a reminder. No one's helping me track these, by the way. I asked 3 times, but anyway. This is the 11:36 stall. So I think this is probably a very crucial period here ahead of mid-session. So this is linked to that 11:36 stall and 12:24 period. This runs till 1:12. Mid-session for the entire session is 1:15. So clearly this is going to be pretty important just before 1:15, just before 12:30. What we're trying to see, you guys, is if these fourth bars exhaust, if they can negate them during the fifth bar periods. Does that make sense? And because some of these wider structures like here are still in their third bar periods and kind of have like a midpoint, like you see how this flips at 1, whereas this flips at 112. Okay, there's a bit of a window here where they kind of cross over. And that's essentially what we're trying to figure out, if they can negate the range. And you'd probably want to do it by that mid frames, and that makes sense. It would be mid-session, so 12:24 through 12, for instance, like you would be looking at around 12:45, 12:50. Does that make sense? So this is definitely not easy periods to trade, which is why I was saying earlier you could for sure take some short hedges off here. Just be careful in case they don't break down the 7-4 mark around these points in the day, which they obviously did, because had they not done this right here, they would have easily triggered this up. Does that make sense? So they did a range reduction here by doing this, okay? Otherwise, this is what you could have seen happen there. They would have brought it back to highs. That's why I was saying just be cautious if you are going to take short hedges, that you're taking them closer to like the 7.8, 7.6, 8.1, 7.5 area. Okay, these are the higher probability odds. So 12.24, 12.25, very important to see if they can come back over 6.4, 6.6. We're essentially trying to reset these periods from back in here on that initial break. So no breaks back over 6.8 back in here implies that they're already reducing range a little bit. 6.6, 6.8 would be the minimum retrace to see if they can get this. I don't have 12.30 marked, but we should probably mark that, because we're basically trying to see if they can get this back above 7.4 during mid-session, or at least before 1. Does that make sense? How much range would we have to retrace on those bars, you guys? Like on something like the 48-minute. How much range is that? Let me just... Like, we probably have to get back at least over the 71 spot. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Do you see what I'm saying? You have to get back at least over here. And then, obviously, once you're back over 75%, which is 7.1, 7.3, 7.1, 7.4, then your odds increase. And which is why it's so important that you start getting some early breaks back over 6.8 as early as these periods here. So like around the 12.24, 12.25. That's still a little bit lower than I wanted, though. We'll see if there's any follow through. Please don't just gamble at these spots, you guys. Like if you're trying to long off these areas here, okay, in hopes that you're going to get extensions, and you're doing it during the most volatile period, okay, of the session between this period here, you could for sure get killed. I positioned this by doing the long for Friday off these ranges back in here, but I did take a SPY long this morning when they held, okay, off the 5.8 holds basically, and 5.1 holds back in here. But there's no reason to be taking longs up in here right before these periods here, okay? Especially if we're thinking there could be some sort of short hedges. Also, this breaking at that time was, my alert didn't go off for some reason, but had it gone off, that would have been a huge trigger for volatility coming in right here. I already knew that there could be some when they stalled 8.1 before 11.36, but and then the 7.4 here ahead of 11.44. So what could keep us in play right here? Like aside from the fact that if they can, you know, get us back above here, let's say, during these periods here, what could be keeping us in play? Where's that 11.44, 28, 38, 56, 28. Okay. This. Okay. Do you see what I'm talking about? So these structures that initially had started flagging, okay, they still managed to close over that 7.4. So that could be the only reason why they could keep this in play. But the issue is some of these don't even flip over till after 1 o'clock. So hence the importance of trying to sustain around 11.22 through 25. That risk gets a lot higher once you start approaching this period here, especially if you're not at least up, I would say at least above 7-1. 6-8's not high enough. And this is still keeping this downside at risk, basically. To me, it looks like they're making this pinnable, but a good short trade on this would be if they turn those fourth bars into bear flags for the mid-session, but that's going to depend on what they do during this period here and how much range they can retrace. What is that? Oh. I also noticed that consumers were still holding in. I day traded this one this morning, and it still held above that 75.85 mark. Notice the time that this started breaking back up to was, do you see that? Right around that 11:36. So these were all indications that they could start stalling and reversing on ES, aside from the defensives. Oil was the biggest one, but these were some other indications we looked at this morning. The USD CAD's a little strong today too. Gold, we mentioned that this could engulf today. It's kind of just stuck right now though. Semis are still moving. So MU is still strong. This is a really nice structure on MU. This was one of the stronger names yesterday. Let's do some polls here just to see where everyone is at. This is going to be the hardest part of the session here within these third, fourth bar periods and some potential fifth bar negations. I'm just going to set this for mid-session. And I'll set this for 5 minutes so that you guys have some time to vote on that. Remember, we can get news on a lot of the sticks, so. Can everyone vote on this, please? This is the most important period of the day. This is honestly what's going to decipher range and how they're going to trade this. Based on logic, we never digested this area. I mentioned that yesterday and the day before. So technically speaking, if they want to keep it stuck like this all afternoon, they could, okay? Especially with this being in the channel. If they want to try pushing and then coming back, then that would be another probability. If they want to try making a bear flag and take it back to net neutral and reset once again for Friday, that would be the last scenario. That would be, I guess, the downside scenario of resetting. And it's good to see what majority think, because that's typically how market moves, is on a lot of human reaction. Conditions, if they're going to retrace 7-1, they definitely have to get back over I would say 6.8, definitely during this 1236 period, okay? Like if they can't even get back above here, then that odd is probably entirely negated, okay? So that would be my first condition. Second condition would probably be getting back over the 6.9, 50. 7.4 is better than 7.1, but I would say 7.1 is just the minimum condition of at least putting that odd back in play. So if it does get back up but only gets back over 7.1, that's still not the highest odd of clearing highs. Does that make sense? It's an odd, but it's not the highest odd. You'd for sure need back above here for that to be the case, but we'll see what happens here. 36 was the next window. These windows are linked with these failures, okay, at 11:44 and 36, okay? And they're the fourth bars finally flipping over on some of these, which is what's giving them a chance of negating. So if they want to negate, they have to try negating this downside that occurred, which the structure is structured back at 7.4. So it's not about the structure, it's about the price that formed at these specific structures. Okay, 25-minute was one of the earliest periods. This one, it's not a clean looking chart, but it's aligned with 1245. And then the 28, 31. This one's really nice because it's linked to high of day. This flipped at 1205. This one could also be an engulfing pattern. I don't think we're going to engulf, obviously, by 1236, but I still think this one's important to watch because it's linked to high of day. Okay. So, and this is the one that could make those nasty bear flags. So negation immediately is important because then otherwise we could see this play out. Does that make sense? So you need to, if they can't break the 50% ranges here right away, and by right away I mean right now at 1235, they'd have to keep pushing at 1236. Okay? That's a really nice move off that 1235 stick. They're definitely trying to defend this range in here. Let me reset this just to take a look. $71.69.50 reclaim. That was this exact spot that I mentioned. I don't know why this marked 7.5. I did say 69.50, right? That seemed like the midpoint. 1236 above 71.68. Again, I still don't think that that's enough to negate these nasty potential patterns. Okay, this could be a bear flag. So we have to see what kind of price action we get over the next few minutes ahead of mid-session, which is around that 1240, 1242, 1245. 1242 had the highest odds. What's another scenario that could play out on something like this? So this is a third bar exhaustion or fourth bar exhaustion here. It tried exhausting as much as it could off that window. Okay. Not quite all the way. Kind of hit 40%. I think it stalled 50% from a high to low ratio. Okay, so what, do you see that? They're still stalling. So what could be another scenario here, specifically if they don't get some immediate negation sticks in the next 5 minutes, basically? And CL also held above that that 93.85, so that's pretty funny. What do you guys think? There's only 3 scenarios that they could do. They either negate that. Clearly the one that's linked to highs didn't, okay? So they have to during this secondary period. What's another formation that they could form? So the bear flag is obvious. What else could they do? This is if they really want to take things sideways this afternoon. What's another scenario that they could do off some frames like that? And mainly if they don't break during this period here. This is the mid-session, okay? For real time. This period here. This is kind of what's going to set the tone for us this afternoon, is like basically between 12:42 and around the 1:15. This is where they could really start burning premiums too. $12.40 coming back beneath that 6.6. This was another one that was linked to that high there. This was also the 4th bar stall at 11:33. And this is linked to 12:27 and 12:54, okay? Seventh bar would be the secondary exhaustion / expansion period on this, because it usually goes in all like in increments of 3, 4. So 4, 5, 6, 7. Another one would be, I think, the 39-minute. This was the 12:12 through 12:51. So 12:54, 12:51. My chart's going to be super messy today just because it's a very, very, very important day for us. So this is the 12:42. So this had the highest odds of at least getting another retest or reset. So them bringing it back beneath 6.6. I would say that this has to try pushing back to that 6.8 mark to try keeping some of these 12:45, 12:50, 51, 1 p.m. ranges in play. So far it's looking not necessarily weak, but it's looking like it's leaning towards that sideways scenario, okay? In other words, that 2-day still stuck in an inside range, which I mentioned a few times this morning. This is the last day before this candle closes. So if they really want to delay, that's where they could extend through the 24th and 28th. So that would give odds of trying again tomorrow or Monday, okay? This is mid-session, so this is what's going to determine our odds this afternoon. These points in time are linked to highs, the 51 and 54. So I'm gonna mark these in yellow so we know. Especially since that 31 is a really ugly looking time frame. This was linked to that 107 period. We have auctions this afternoon, right? So I asked you guys probably 4 times now, what else could form on this if they don't do anything during mid-session? So if they keep it beneath 7-1 but above 5-8, if they don't bear flag, what else could they do? They could obviously flag this back up. Okay, so this is another scenario if they don't negate this and if they don't break it down during these structures. So 1236 and 107 midpoint would be, let's see, 1236 and 107. And this was when they had tried retesting there. So I guess 107 is probably the cutoff. So close to like a 15.5 minute mark. It's probably right around that 1251.52. Yeah, it is. So this is a crucial point here. This is the point that's linked to that structure negating and to the stalls of highs, okay? This is linked to this period. That's nice. It's supposed to snow here today. This is mid-session here. So this is mid-session, you guys, okay? But this is the more calculated time for today's session. Does that make sense? Like, even though this is the generic mid-session, this is the more calculated period for today's mid-session. So close to like 1250, 1251, 1252, 1254, okay? 6-8 trying so hard off the mid-session here. 71.69 trying to retest. We needed a 71.69.50 break. You can see how hard they're trying during mid-session to not completely give back the range. I would imagine that that would mean oil's back testing here. I think once oil clears back beneath that 93.78 too, that would probably help the index a little bit. And gold is still recovering. We looked at that earlier. This is the one that I figured could go into an outside day today. So far that's working. Okay, let's do one more pull here. 71.71 retest by 1250 to 1254 window. This is the earliest window. Technically there's through that 107, 115 period, but I feel like if we're still stuck beneath 7-1 by this point, then that's going to be super hard. Yeah, because crypto's doing good. Crypto was one of our swing trades. So far 1245, even though it took back and retraced 6.8. 6.950 would have been a lot better, so this is still not clean on structural breaks. They might announce news here though in a few minutes, we'll see. Let me pull up my newsfeed. This is the only thing that came in recently. You guys can more than just one person vote. That's pretty annoying. Otherwise, I'll probably just end the stream early and manage my positions. Especially if we end up getting stuck, which is what I'm trying to figure out here, if we're going to stay stuck this afternoon or not, because that, if we did, that would kill both sides of the trade. Okay, so like making slight progression but not full downside, this is what could keep us in that sideways scenario, especially if like some of these structures don't start flipping right away. So they have around 1107 to take out lows. So if they really wanted to take out lows, they would have to do it around that 1104, 1103, 1106 period, okay? Or if they want to negate that from happening, they would have to stay sideways and then try flagging up during that point in time, which obviously requires at least some sort of traction to happen during this 1150 to 54 window. So yeah, I was just reading that. I'll keep politics out of trading for today, though. I want to see if this one held 1150.54, and so far it did, so I just want to see if they come back over that 1180, 1190 spot. We have to be getting news, because the way that oil is kind of just sitting right at the line, and so is ES, like they're gonna have to trigger one side or the other. I still haven't fully covered the short hedge I took off 7.4. I was a little bit late on that because I probably should have taken it up here. I took it on the failure right here. But I haven't fully covered long either, just because I want to at least wait to see what this 12:30 to 1:30 period does. This is the 12:51, right? This was the one that was linked with high of day. I think that's the 29 or 39 minute. 29 and 39. I think 39 was another mass bear flag that this is a very important time frame that they'd really have to try negating. This runs all the way till 209. So we're basically at major risk until past 2 o'clock if they don't start basically trying to negate some of these structures here. And that's why it's important that we see some sort of like fight back around these times, kind of like we saw here at 12:45. We need to see something, I think, a bit more aggressive than that during this period here, like 12:51, 2, 3, 5, 4, basically ahead of 1. Otherwise it is going to keep odds pretty high for back testing this area here. Do you see how long they've kept this sideways beneath 7.1 but above 5.8? That's pretty crazy. So they're essentially just 7.1, 7.4 is the obvious overhead. Okay. They're basically, do you see what they're doing? They're keeping it so that the range is equal on both sides. It's like roughly 2.75 to 3 points. Until one end breaks. Five three at least trying to get back over 6.8. We'll see if we get a 6.950 retest here at 12.54. 12.54 was this fourth bar off highs into this period here, okay? So again, that's not really much exhaustion, but, and then that was also, I think the 42, this So again, these are, it's still not, they're not retracing enough range for this to negate these 3 bars from happening. So that is a little bit concerning. Because the earliest odds of taking out those lows, I think we said, was around this period here, right? Off like these ones, if they don't hold the line, basically. I think they'll do the flatlining scenario instead, but I could be wrong. They'd need news, yeah, for sure. That would be the only way, probably. Like, it's not bad. They're still holding 6.6, 6.8, but it's not enough to break range. Do you know what I'm saying? So they're still trying to keep this pinned. Mid-session for the actual overnight session is the 12:15 or 1:15 mark. There's some odds just before that around 112 and 121, so I mainly wanted to see what they did during this period here. They kind of kept it stuck between 6.6 and 6.8, but at least they held 6.6. I don't know, I guess we'll see if they try getting some push before 1 and just after 1. We're going to watch 104 since there's auctions. And then we have that 31 minute that flips over at 107. And this runs till 138. We'll see if they end up flagging that, because now there's a lot of really nasty structures that formed if they don't, because now we've got these, okay, off this time frame, 12:51, that runs till 1:30. What was the other one that we just said off 12:54? The 42 and 27 minute. I think it was the 42 minute, this one. This runs till 1:36. So that's what's putting us at risk all the way through till basically 2, because we also said that the 54 is another one, and 64. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 63, I think, was also linked to 12:54. The wider frames, I think, still look okay. We're trying to see if, like, the 77, 76, these ones stay potentially green, which they don't really have that much time. Unless they obviously push, like I said, just before and just after 1. The 93. This wasn't bad either. This was linked to 11:33, the 81 minute. This was 12:54. This runs till 2:15. So this was another one that looked okay for like some of these wider time frames that run past 2 until like 3:30, 3:36. But again, a lot of it's relative to what they do after the 12:54, 1 o'clock mark. Meaning I still think they'd have to meet the minimum conditions of like 7-1 during these time intervals. I didn't get any alerts on this one yet either. Tesla, by the way, stalled right at that 385, and it's holding that 368 to 367 support. I don't know who's trading Tesla, but Yeah, a lot of that is also because they didn't clear during that 1251-54 period. That's what creates these volatility sticks. Like look at the 1258. We still have that risk of retesting this low too at the 104-107 period if they don't start getting back above 69, 6950. We're seeing a structural break, guys, ahead of that. This is what I figured could happen if they don't try clearing, and I figured news would be what does it. Specifically, once CL crosses 95.15, we had some bear structures that were still in full force linked to highs, especially on a stall of 71.69. So this 31 minute, that's the bear flag I drew earlier, if anyone caught that. This looks at 107. So the issue with this, breaking down early, that could definitely imply some volatility here, because if they break this down, they still have time to technically bring this back up. So we'll see what they do before 107. This being in play, though, is what could be a durational 1, 2, 3, 4, like basically all the way through until 2 o'clock if they don't try to negate this immediately. That's a pretty mass range down off that stick. They still held 5-1. So it would mainly be to see if they can get some structure breaks back over 5-8. Okay. This is where volatility increases. I held my short position just in case they do bring the structure down between that 1 o'clock to 107 period, specifically if they didn't retrace during this time of day here, which they clearly didn't do. Okay. But just be cautious, guys. Like, a 5-1, 4-4 hold, technically they could still try to bring it back to 5-8. This is what would turn it into that pinnable session if they don't fully want to take down the whole range, okay? So We'll see what they do here. Crude was a big leading indication, especially on this hold of 93.78. And 95.72 is that big overhead. So we'll see what happens off the 104 to 107 period. We're going to watch 104, 06, 07. I did cover some of the short position here though, just in case they try breaking this back up and negating this. It would need quite a lot though to negate, which so far doesn't really look like that's the case. They'd have to try bringing it back over this range in here within like a 2-minute frame, which is probably not going to happen. Only other scenario that they could do is immediately negate between the 107 through the 138 period, like, and that would kind of look like the full negation up. But I saw that coming, especially if they didn't clear above during that 1251-54 period. It put us at huge risk of retesting the 5158 ahead of 107 p.m. Remember, 71.38 to 44 is where the structure can start breaking back to the 71.20s and 71.10. So this is kind of the big test for the day to see if they're going to try to sustain, and specifically right around this 106, 107 period. This is a huge time of day, okay? Because this is if they really want to continue this and drop this all the way down, they have a really nice 31-minute bear flag linked to high of day, okay? So far they stalled for 1. We did talk about the scenario this morning and last night too. If they want to stall highs again, but this time a little bit better than yesterday, and then recycle it once more. This is turning into that kill both ends of the trade scenario, guys, that I talked about yesterday. $71.38 retest here off that 107 period. Did anyone at least capture the short position on this? Because that still gave a really good trade. I left a few contracts just in case they take out 3.8. We'll see what they do around this range. This is a huge spot for ES to see if they're going to try to hold, specifically at these times of day, or if they want to try getting back to that 71.22 to 71.05. On SPX, it would be taking us back to this area here. So same area that we looked at the day before, that 71.10 to 71.05, which is essentially the spot on ES. Look at where they stalled on SPX. They stalled right at the top of the channel. This is where I figured we could see some volatility, especially if they do a channel stall. They're giving the full move back, guys. This is a huge short trade. For those that are in, this is the one that we discussed yesterday. If they stall the 71.70s and 80s again, don't take out highs, and they bring this back beneath the 71.50, 58 to 66 stall. This is where they could, and this is exactly when they stalled around 1. Okay, this is where they could push back 7122, 7128, and potentially take it back to that neutral range, which is back in here, back to the 7105, 7110, 7114, to try resetting it. Because we did test core areas today, there's still 2 odds. One of them being that they could try holding core ranges. Core ranges would be in here, okay, the 20s. Another scenario is that, and because they stalled core ranges in here at the 70s, okay. The bear scenario would be if they fully couldn't hold here, they could take it down to retest our core areas in the 80s, which we still haven't tested this week, right? Neither end broke. So this is kind of the mid range if they want to hold. We'll see if they hold 71.30s. That candle, I think, flips at 112, and then we have our mid-session at 115. What do you guys think? You think that they fully continue the short down to at least the 71.20s or 71.06, or you think that they try sustaining this range and retract back over 71.58? If they can retract back over 71.58, they'll negate that scenario from playing out. If they can't, they actually can put weekly lows back in play again, because we still haven't tested 70.80 either. Okay, so both ends still haven't been broken. Today was the day that they likely come to some sort of a conclusion, as early as today, potentially delay it till tomorrow or the Monday. So let's just see what you guys think. 71.33 hold. I'll set that to just 1 minute because they can move this pretty quick here. If they're going to hold, they'd move it pretty quick, especially because 112 is the flip. So we have a flip at 112, and then we also have our 115 mid-session odds. Okay, they already did breach 71.30. And a lot of these fourth bars honestly played out pretty nicely, because remember what I said earlier? These could turn into continuation patterns, 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way till basically 2 o'clock. The 25-minute was one of the earliest ones that I spotted. The 31 was the cleanest in terms of these are such nice 3-bar bear flags at our levels and off the stall of 71, 74. So this is what I was saying earlier, could run into 4 bars. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, kind of like what we saw happen earlier. This one flips over at 115, which is linked to the stall at 11:36, and it's linked to mid-session. So this was a 4th bar stall here at 11:34 in highs. The 12:42 delay, also 116. So lots of flips coming up here, you guys. I wouldn't be surprised if there was news. Okay, especially off our 71.20s. We have, and these are linked to, they're linked to high of day and the stalls. Okay, so if they really want to save range here, they'll ramp this right back up to like 4448. If they want to give this up and take it back to 7100 retest, they're gonna bring it back down below overnight higher lows, and it would most likely be at this period here. This is mid-session, and today's mid-session is linked to the stall right here. So what do you guys think? This gave a really good short, even back to these core ranges. So Yeah, I agree. And they already breached 3-3, so like I feel like if they wanted to hold, they wouldn't breach 3-3. I would say that that's going to retest those lows. This is a really clean downside continuation, you guys. Which we don't get a lot of big shorts like this that often, especially on like stalls like that. $71.28 and 26 being retested here right at mid-session. 116 had the highest odds here of retesting that 71.25, 75. That was the higher structural low from that real time or that overnight session ahead of real time. The craziest scenario would be is if they actually tried holding the 20s, which would have to happen right here. There's like no other period for that to take place. Please tell me some of you guys caught part of the short trade. I was a bit late on my 71.74 entry, but even off 71.77, 78, or the 71.61, 71, sorry, 69 stalls back in here, especially when they stalled right here at this time of day, was a very, very clean 31-minute bear flag trade. My guess is if they're taking it down to 71.20s at this point in the day, they probably will give the 70, 71 to 70, 78, 70, 80 retest and then flatline us back to 7100. That seems like the most obvious trade, in my opinion, based on the 70, 80, 71, 81 stalls. And that would be the kind of keep it flat for end of week scenario between that 7100 to 7138.44 range. But I do think that a lot of it's going to be based on these. I need someone to help me track these, guys, because I want to try managing this short position. This flips at 138. I need someone to track all the big bear flags that we're seeing off highs. 28-minute was one of them. 136, 138 are pretty big points in the day coming up here. Those are probably the odds that are linked to the 7106, 7110 retest if they take out this range in here. If they're going to try sustaining, like I said, they'd have to get this back over 3.4, 3.8, 4.4, probably before this period here. I'm going to mark the 124, 130 period just because that's a pretty common point in the day anyway. Yeah, this was the trade I talked about yesterday. I wouldn't just jump to that though. You can't just jump to that without taking out 70, 71, 70, 78, 70, 50 because they could still take down that range this week and then bring it back flat. Today had the highest odds of breaking one end or the other, or at least trying to retest both sides of the trade. But we need to see what happens here off this 71 22 to 71.18 spot, specifically around this period here. 136 and 138 are huge times of day, you guys. That's not even the fourth bar on those bear flags. The fourth bars, I have to double check in a second here. But those, I think, run until 2:05, 2:10. I don't remember the exact points in the day, but they're pretty huge. So that's what could keep this durational, okay? Can someone check that for me, please? So this would be 38 till 209, 240 till 311. 1, 2, 3, 4. That basically is all the way through till the afternoon, but they have to start deciding what they're going to do during this period here. Okay, if they're going to try to sustain these 20s and retrace, or if they really want to try taking this back to that 7100 neutral retest and reset us again. I'll let you guys know when I start fully covering short. There's no way you guys should be missing this short trade. I'm literally telling you guys how it's going to play out. Okay, I'm going to clear this quickly since no one wants to help me. And I'll start sending these. Technically, you could have some as early as this, but these are not that valid. These are mainly the more valid ones. These are also pretty long durations too, which is what makes them a lot more risky. The only thing that could happen here, if they really don't want to drop this, is they would try to retrace it back between that 136, 138, 144 window and bring it back by that 209, 216, which I don't really think is going to be the case with this, but we'll see. Because it's quite a lot. So I don't know who's, if you're not trading and could help me track these, that would be great, because these could be continued till 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, these are pretty big 3-bar bear flags. This is like the best structure to get at 71, 74 stall. Okay, so we'll see if they can actually give full range. Okay, 38 is pretty nasty. That's also the 38. So 136, 38 are huge flips, you guys. I think that's what's going to decide the fate of this. The 39 is also really nasty. That flips at 130. This was linked to high of day. This could run through to like 248 and basically 327. 1, 2, 3, 4. So these are the really bad bear flags that formed this afternoon. I think that's probably more than enough to track for now, because you could maybe look at the 42. I just really want to focus on my position though. So I sent them all. I just want to see mostly the ones that are linked to the stalls of highs, okay? And you can kind of see how these are all linked back to that 1133, 36, okay, period. This is also 36 off that 49 minute. Okay. I'm just gonna watch these because these are gonna be the cycles here. This was the earliest point. Okay. They stalled at the 21. So 26 was the earliest point for them to try exhausting. Do you see what they're doing, guys, off some of these sticks? Because there are some odds if they really want to try holding 71, 14, 15, 18, 20, they could try, but they'd have to push it back over 7, 1, 3, 3, 3, 4, 3, 8, 4, 4, 4, basically neutralize this, okay? I think this period here is what's going to make the big decisions for us today between 130 and 138, okay? I want to make this very, very clear. Like, I don't want to have too much on here. Okay. I just want to mark just our spots, nothing else. And this area. Do you guys really need the areas above? Probably not. I think you guys already know them. Because this is the bear range. This is the bottom of the zone. These are our big downside targets that we had for this week at 80, 81. And if they break them, we did say that they could give us core breaks down to 7-1, 6-8, potentially the 50s and 60s, which we did open in the 50s and 60s today, which is a reason why they could do that, if especially with these kinds of structures you guys set up. Today's the day that they have to try breaking range, okay? So what does that mean? That means that one end is likely gonna break, okay? So what do you guys think? Let's do a poll here since it's still early. Max downside range for session. 71, I'll put 70, 99, 71, 06, 71, 10, 70, 88 to 70, 99, 70, 80 to 70, 85, 70, 68 to 70, 71, 71, 78, 70, 52 to 70, 58, 70, 61. Okay, I'm going to set that for 10 minutes and you guys can vote for that. Thank you so much, Ryan. I don't know if this makes it easier for you guys, but it makes it a lot easier for me. I'm just going to start setting some alerts just in case these start triggering. I'm also going to set some upside alerts too in case they try to retract this back, which I don't think they are, but we'll see. these are the earliest. So far you see how they're trying to fight back at 126, 130. 130 was a huge flip because this was linked with that massive stall. So that was that one I think was the 26:39:45 minute. 26:39. This, okay. Still beneath 71.20. Today is a core to core because technically opening in the 50s is mid core, stalling 80s is core. So these are the ranges that would trigger on SPX if they fail to get this back into the zone here. These are the times of day that they really have to show some sort of strength. Otherwise, this is where they could kill it off. Okay. Can we get more votes than that, you guys? Like, do you guys think that they're gonna hold the line here? I can't set another poll off that 136, 138 window. This is for sure the time of day that they're gonna either bring this back to overnight lows or they're gonna try retracting back to 71.38, 71.44, because this is where they have to decide if they want to just basically come back, retest weekly lows, or if they want to try saving this and going sideways. Okay, what do you guys think? And I would say it has to be at that. Yeah, sorry, I didn't announce that I was going live, I don't think. Sorry, I think I posted it on Substack, not on Discord. 71.25 was the first trigger, just to see if they try to bring this back. What do you guys think? This is a very huge point in the day, because if they try holding the line, then they're going to basically negate that and give us that flat line scenario, which is the case of keeping it flat, okay? Which is this area here. Like, they're kind of playing with fire around the 14, because they know once they take it back beneath 14, that they could easily come back and retest 71.06, 70.99 weekly lows, okay? And I would say that this is the point in time that they're going to decide what they want to do here, okay? Specifically at that 136 to 138 window. So 135, 136, this window here, okay? So far they're really trying to push back over 71.32. And this is the case of having those full structures negate, like on this. So remember how I said if they don't want to do that, they'll star back this and make a star reversal back up, okay, between 138 and 209. And that would be mainly because they know the kind of structural risk and price risk that they have. So We'll see here. But all it takes is one U stick for them to obviously bring it back down if they can't bring it high enough, which I would say has to be at least back over 4-4. See? That's insane. That's that single stick. Look at what they just did. That wasn't high enough. So they'd have to get back at least over 3-8 to 4-4. Okay, 3-3. That's not high enough. 136 retesting that 7114. 7114 takes us back into that neutral zone of 7099 to 7114, basically at that 7106, 7110. I know this isn't my main template, but I just want to have these marked so I know the points in the day here. 138 is huge. This was the highest odd I had for retesting or trying to come back to the overnight low range, which was around that 7106, 7108. It's during this window here, or negating and trying to retrace if they can sustain off that 7114 spot, which they're barely holding here. The extensions were between 144, 148, 150. So let's see what happens here. I have some alerts set off 7110. And oil is coming back to our 98 target, which is insane. Oil was such a clean long off 93.78. I still had my oil hedge for the week, but I took early on this week and some on Friday. SPX coming back to that 81 line at this 138 mark. It's not a coincidence. Okay. So we'll have to see what kind of follow through happens here. 38 points below. Okay. And we said that the market's probably working within like the 38, 41 point intervals, right? We'll see what happens here. Please tell me you guys went short. Especially knowing that if they kept stalling. I initially had only done the short hedge off here, but once I saw this confirmed like failure right here, I added a bit more to that, which it was clear at the very least they could retest 3-8 and 4-4, but we already know that they have to make some sort of decision today okay, whether or not they want to delay and roll this or if they want to retest the weekly. They haven't taken out either end yet, so one end has to break. Look at that follow through, guys, on this. 7106 being retested here. This could easily put our core ranges back in play today, especially on a core failure of the 7180s. I really hope we get full range today. That would be an insane short. And then kind of just reset us on that 7th bar. Because remember, we're on our 7th bar for this 2-day. This is the big, this is a big structure we're working with. So technically speaking, they still have until end of day to try retesting that 70.85 low. And this should be a very clean short, you guys. You can't, but you're not understanding that you can't just go straight to 6,900. That's what I'm trying to say. No, that's not true though. That's not true. As much as that would be super easy to be the case, there's still some midpoints in between here. Unfortunately, as much as I'd like them to just take it back to 6,900, there's still a lot of legwork in between. And it's relative to where they end up pinning the week, because they could take it to the 70, 50s, 80s, and then still bring it back flat, and then reset again on the 28th. That's the issue that we have. It's kind of a timing issue, but that would be the case if they fully fill structures around 70, 50, I would say. 70.94 being tested here. I'm thinking we get the full range. I haven't covered yet. I'll let you guys know when I do, because I still think that they could trigger potentially the weekly low and maybe that 70, 50 to 52, 58, 61 range. If they end up taking out 70, 78 and 70, 81, you could start de-risking some here if you want, but I would say the failure of 9.9 on the very first test and some continuation around the 4.4, they'll for sure try around these ranges here because they are big spots, but I still think that they're setting this up to give us that full range, hopefully. I really want one end to break. I need someone to help me track, you guys. I marked all the flips, but I didn't mark which ones were. What's the earliest 4th bar on these? I think the earliest 1, 2, 3 is at 2 o'clock. 1, 2, 3, 204. 204. Remember how I said they could just basically continue down until 2? 204. Okay, I'll probably start making very important decisions around then, okay? I'm thinking that's likely the point that they'll start retesting the weekly range here. So 144, what was the 144 flip? 144 was 32, 37. The 32 minute. This is only on its 2nd bar, okay? That runs till 216. That's insane. And then the 48, 49 are, I think, the 33, 36, 44, 33, which I think is also only on its 2nd bar. That runs till 321, 221. So the highest odds of starting to maybe exhaust is just after 2, but I'm seeing continuation through these periods here. Okay, so we're only in the 2nd bar on a lot of these time frames. Usually when you have short trades like this, you normally get at least 3 candles. Okay, so that's exactly why I figured 69.88 would make sense. That would be like taking it to the next zone. That's mainly if they don't hold 70.32 to 44, 48, like the channel area. I don't want to cover these too early, but I also don't want to get greedy with this. Hopefully that person that got killed long went short. Nice. Eddie, I hope you made back whatever losses you had. Because this is too big of a short, and if I'm yelling at you guys in the chat that you can't miss this short, then listen to me. I don't force people to do that. But when I say things like that, it's because I don't want you guys to miss this. When Booth said, oh, I don't have to hit every trade, I'm like, this isn't just any trade. You have to get in this short, okay? At 11 o'clock. I said that for a reason. That was around here, okay? This isn't just any short. This is a huge short. You don't want to miss this short. The 23rd had the highest odds, okay? Especially on a 71.80 stall. It's okay. I didn't even get my initial short hedge till here, okay? But I did, when they stalled here, this was obvious that they were going to break. So it seems like there isn't really any form of exhaustion till after like 2. Most of these are pretty, this is, the fact that this is the third bar period is crazy. That's where they could really see a nasty short continuation here, and they could just basically take out that 70, 81, 82. 70, 80 being tested here, 70, 81 and 82. I figure they're just going to bypass it, guys, because we're in a third bar cycle. They're not going to even try holding 8.5. They're going to test 7, 8, 8, 1. There it is. 70, 79 being tested. This is what could expand the short down to 70, 50s. I would say the max range considering this is probably the 20s, but if someone wants to send the short scenario on the expansion from earlier in the week, go ahead. See if they try sustaining a tiny bit off 70, 79. This could be one of your first covers if you want. Based on how they're trading this, though, it seems like they likely want to try triggering those core areas. 79, 50, and 80 were my short targets for the week on the first test. But the fact that they took it out in the first attempt is a sign that they may want to try continuing this, specifically since they have these periods here. But you could for sure take some hedges off there. Okay. And we have a flip too at 48, so 47 would be the final stick ahead of this flip. This here. These were the windows that put us at huge risk at 2, 204, 208, 216. Okay, because those are not even fourth bars. Those are third bar periods. A lot of this is going to be relative to just how much they can retrace between 148 and basically before 2. I took off 2 contracts on that. I don't, maybe I could take off more, but I just want to see what they do here. Because obviously we haven't tested 70, 80 yet, but I don't know. I feel like taking out 70, 80, 81 in the first attempt is a bit risky, but nice move on gold, Booth. I didn't have anything at 154, but I usually watch that time of day anyway, so I still want to see what happens between like the medians of 148, 150 holds and around that 204, 209 window. Yeah, these areas are huge, okay? 7, 7, and 7, I don't have them marked, but because I deleted everything on my chart, but this area here They're obviously linked back with those core holds that we had, but I had the initial marks at 79.50 and that 8.1, which is where they tried holding at first, but my concern is the fact that a lot of those bars don't flip till these periods, which is a long time. I guess we'll have to see if they try getting back over 71.06 first. I would imagine that they're trying to put up somewhat of a fight in this range, though. You know what I mean? Because it is a big spot, but... yeah, you have to be very fast. This is a huge area, though, so just keep that in mind. This was my first bigger target on the downside, but it's mainly those structures that are concerning, because like them not flipping till here is... What was the 148 flip again? I want to watch the midpoint here, because I think that'll give an idea, especially if they lose the zone. I don't have my template set right now, but do you see what I'm saying? Look, they filled the full area here on SPX that I was talking about, so that's what could take these areas back. 70.20s. I think those are the 70.50s on ES. But again, this is a big spot, so... See? That's exactly what I mean. They could just try to rip it right back up if they really wanted to. Do you see that? It's like, because 70, 80, 70, 78, these are my first big targets on the downside for the week. And they know that they have risk right in here. That's the issue. But the period runs until 204, 206. That had to be news on that stick. That's why I wanted to watch before 154, because I figured that that's probably going to be the point that they try re-triggering that. Well, I'm glad I took at least 2 contracts off, just in case. We'll see here, though. I think this period should help decide. I don't think that's high enough still, though. That's only 2.4. But you need at least back over this area here. If they hold this area here, you guys, that's the flatlining scenario. Remember how I said they could retest weekly lows? Just slightly take them out and then make an outside bar scenario or something like that. That would be this case if they did do something like that, okay? Just as an FYI. Did you just see that, you guys? That's crazy. And they're doing it right off that 4.8. These were the periods that if they really want to try to hold this and not expand this, because this period is what could really short the market. Okay, market makers know that. They would have to try to basically push back up almost immediately. Otherwise, it's gonna cause basically this. Okay, where hopefully you guys captured some covers there, because that's a huge spot. And we'll see if they bring this back over 3844, then I think that they're probably covering flat, and that's where we would have our flattening scenario basically playing out. Okay, this still isn't enough range to fully negate, but what I'm saying is these. Okay, this is, do you see this? Do you see this? Do you see this? Okay, these are hitting their fourth bar soon. Whereas these ones, do you see that? They're trying so hard to negate at 148 through 221 because they know that some of these are potentially could keep pushing till 204, 216. That's a huge risk for them to keep that much downside time on. Does that make sense? Like that's a lot of time to basically continue down off these levels. So if they are going to try retracting it back, it would make sense that it would be off the 70, 79 to 70, like our targets here, 70, 81 targets for the week. And then negate risk by retracing, because this retracement here is likely the range that they could have pushed it down by during this period here. Do you see that? And that's what could have pushed all the way back to 70.32, 70.33. So they're basically reducing risk is what they're doing. It's also our big weekly target, you guys. 70, 79, and 81 was my weekly target if they got us there, and that was the first time that they actually technically tested it this week. So we'll have to see if they're able to bring this back over 3.8, or if they take this back to that that 7106 spot. I got a really good cover on that short though, on the first two that I had covered. That's pretty funny, Eddie, that you said that right after I made that comment, and then we got that stick. You think they'll try retracting 3.338 first or retesting 6.6 first? What do you guys think? This one's getting high volume, by the way, on this name. I don't know if I just got a broker alert on that. Yeah, that's very probable. $71.33 being retested here. Ahead of 204 and 209 and 216 were the huge periods that could have really increased downside risk. So they're basically trying to V-reverse this is what they're doing off our 70, 79, 70, 81 targets for the week. Those were the short targets that we had in place. Obviously, if they come back and fail those ranges, they could clearly take this back a bit lower, but I didn't think that they would take it down without putting up a bit of a fight first, especially off these areas here. Okay, so you could either have taken some long hedges if you wanted off that 130, 148 flip, and specifically here before 54. I covered 2 short contracts there. I covered a tiny bit more when I noticed that they popped, and then I left 4 contracts. I'll fully cover those if we get back over 4.4. And I did 2 contracts long off the 70, 81 hold because that is our big weekly target anyway. It's going to be a little bit hard to manage here because I have to kind of watch both sides. And again, we could fail 4.438 and then they just push it back down too. So it's a pretty risky spot because we still have these periods that run till... Can someone double check the 204 flip, please? 204 is linked with the 28 and 43 minute. This is still on its... That's its 4th bar, so I want to see if that has continuation down. Okay, on this period here. What did we say was the other one? 30... 43? This. So this is basically negated. The only ones that would stay in play are like these much wider frames, obviously. Okay, these ones flip at 209. What's the 216 flip? 216 was, I think, the 32, 30. This one. Okay. Do you see how hard they tried negating this on the 3rd bar on some of these time frames? Because they knew that there was a lot of risk if they continue this on these kinds of cycles. This was pretty crazy too, like where I drew that orange line. So that was essentially the area that would really increase risk. So what do you guys think? You think that they try retesting 7106, 7114 first, or you think that they push to 7138, 7144 during this 2 209, 204, 216 intervals. Hopefully you guys... Do you understand why I keep reiterating that? Like, it's not because I don't think they could bring this all the way back down. It's because we haven't even tested 70, 80 yet this week. That was the first spot. They can't just bring it all the way back without at least seeing how we react around this point in time here. And with structural risk like that, they would have pushed us all the way to the 50s and potentially the 30s. Okay, so what they're doing here is basically mitigating risk. And what you could see is how much risk they're mitigating by looking at like the overall range. Okay, so like that's quite a lot of points, kind of like what we looked at earlier, 44. Do you see what I'm saying? That would have taken you to that 70-22 target. That's the same sort of alignment here. This is 70-22 if they didn't hold 70-80 and push back to 71-30s. Which is obviously a lot of range. Anyway, I hope that helped you guys at least recover some if you got stuck long, or maybe even re-long this long off here. This is actually our scenario playing out that I talked about yesterday. This is the high probability scenario I discussed yesterday, where they stall 71-80s, break back to 70-80, hold the line, bring it back to 71-38, 71-44, and flatline the week, keeping it between 7100s and 7160s. That's the flat scenario where they just keep it stuck in between. Okay, so above 7106, beneath 7166. That would keep us right in between this range in here, which I know doesn't really do much for us, but we still have some risk, I think, on like some wider time frames, but like these ones, this doesn't flip till 225. So some bear flags, you guys, are still active, okay? And we don't have confirmation until when? When do we have confirmation that they're likely done with the short today? Because we still don't have that full confirmation yet, even with this big of a reversal. It's still not fully confirmed. When is that fully confirmed? Yeah, I think at least 44, okay? Like 38 is, that's enough to like mitigate it. That's not enough to like fully negate, I don't think. I think we need back over 44. And it has to be during these periods, because these are the third bar periods, okay? So notice how they're bringing it right beneath 38 at that 209. So you need some progressive sticks. 71.38 being broken here. I'm trying to see if they can bring this back to 71.44, especially off that 70, 79, 70, 81 hold at that 146 mark. I don't know if you guys could feel the tone in my voice. Eddie caught on right away that we're going to rip. when I said I don't know about that because that's quite a lot of risk to keep on between 204, 216, 209, being a third bar at 70.81. That would literally take us all the way back down to 70.22, 70.33, which I don't think the market wants to do that in its seventh bar. Okay, so this is our seventh bar. Okay, do you know what we actually could do today though? Because that engulfing scenario is now in play, you guys. Holy shit. They could actually engulf the session today. If they can actually get this back above these ranges, they can have a fourth bar retest within these periods. Because these run between like basically 2:30 until like end of day. These are so late. These run till 3:28, 3:32, 3:42. That would be that. Remember how I said that on Monday? If they take out the low just slightly, they can engulf that 2-day. Could you imagine they did that? That would be insane. If they test both sides today. That was based on if they take a slightly lower low. I mentioned that earlier this week. What do you guys think? 2 hours in the session and they're in the third bar. If they can get this back over 71.44 within this period here and then snap 71.58 and sit in 72 like this overhead, they for sure could engulf the session today. Because today had the highest odds of seeing infliction, meaning breaking one end or the other. It would be insane if they broke both ends of the trade today. And then that would entail that continuation on that 2-day. And mainly based off a 70, 79, 70, 81 very calculated hold. That was my calculated low for the week if they hold the line. But a lot of this is going to be relative to them getting it back above these ranges in here. I didn't do a huge long off there. I feel like I should have done a much bigger size, but that was hard with my short. Yeah, that's what I'm planning on doing too. If they can get this back over the 40s, then I'll cover a bit more, but what do you guys think? I'm just one person, obviously. I'm not always right. I did figure that they could maybe hold the 70, 79, 70, 80 and try bringing it back to the 71.3 and 4.4, but do you think we could engulf the session? This was the two-directional break on both ends of the trade. This would be the case if they don't want to keep it flat on the week and they want to keep the 71.88, 71.92 scenario in play for the 24th. Okay, so I'll set this for 10 minutes. I'll let you guys think about that. I think the first condition that would have to be met is getting this 4-4 retracement, specifically around this period here, because this is when a lot of these fourth bars start to flip over, around the 16, 18, 21, 24 mark, and they would extend through this period here. If that's the case, you probably want to get back over 5.8, okay, and 6.6 during this period to even have that as a probability. Otherwise, they'll keep it within that flattening range, I think. Yeah, especially at those times. Like, because they knew that if they didn't hold the line here, okay, this was a calculated midpoint that I drew here, okay? Because if they didn't basically try right here, like retracing those neutral ranges, like do you see that? Look, it took it right back to 71.24 on that high stick and then 71.10. That basically this would have been the downside. They would have probably taken out 70.71, okay, like on that stick. And they had structures that had odds of continuation all the way through, which is kind of why they also had the odds to continue there. But do you see that? That would have taken you to 70.72, and a 33-point range is insane. That would have taken you down to 70, 58, 59 targets in one stick. Do you see what I'm saying? So they had to really, really be strategic about this, because that would have taken out your 70.50s literally in 2 minutes. And that would have triggered 70.22 and 70.33, which I don't think the market could afford to do on April 23rd, with it being its 7th bar flip. So let's see. These were the earliest periods to try tagging back over 3.8 and 4.4. 71.38 retested here off that 216 mark. 71.44 odds is during this window here. Okay, so let's see if they can try retracting that. I do have to use the washroom though. Did anyone try along off the 70.80 to 70.88 range? Like in this range in here? I know it was kind of scary looking, but these were big weekly targets for us. The 28th, yeah, I think so. Yeah, having a both sides scenario is nice. This played out really nicely too. Excuse me. Okay, I'm gonna mute myself and I'll be right back. tried getting back as quickly as I could before this 24-25 just to see what they do here. Like if they're stalling 3-8, trying to test 4-4-4-3. Yeah, that makes sense. That's funny. Um, today is very much two-directional based on them opening in the means in the first place. Like 71.50s and 60s usually implies volatility and two-directional price action. Where it could get a little bit tricky, because that's a really good observation, you guys. Like the 4-4-4-8 struggles, which can to reclaim could make today pinnable. That's really good analysis because that's what we discussed as being the highest odd yesterday if they test both sides of the trade. And technically the bears won based on like them actually triggering 70, 79 and 70, 81, right? But what does my other stream look like that? But because they tested both ends of the trade, that's what could make it a little bit trickier. And a lot of this is going to be, like I said, based on what they do here. So far 71.42 stalling around this 224, 225 period. They did get back over 71.38, however, during this time of day. So I guess we could factor that in. Usually there is periods at 230, 232. They weren't part of the 3-bar cycles unless I missed one. But the later odds were closer to like 240, 248, 254. These were the extended odds of those bars. Okay, so either way, this is still a really huge spot. Wow, they actually stalled exactly 98.40 on crude. These were the last few comments that were made, but I didn't see anything else come out yet. These were in the last like 2 or 5 minutes. You guys, also don't be too hard on yourselves. If you were late to the long trade, keep in mind, longs, we already had gone long earlier in the week. So it's, for us, it was a bit easier because we're going long off those areas, okay? If you miss that, okay, and then you miss the short, I mean, the short to me was pretty obvious once they failed here, okay, especially off these points. It wasn't as obvious right in here until they started failing 7-4, but it was mostly here. The 70-80 hold, but these are very, very, very hard sessions to trade when you're at an inflection point where both ends haven't been tested yet, and specifically right before a major flip date, which is tomorrow. That's a good trade on that. I only did small size on the 70-80 long and then added, which I wouldn't have done if I didn't have the short, but 71.44 being taken out, you guys. These were kind of like the midpoints I was talking about. Like usually I watch the 230, 232 period. I don't think that they were part of like the flags, but this was the time of day that I said I wanted to maybe to try to come back and retest 5/8 by, essentially before 3. Maybe we can go back now and calmly look at the patterns that I was seeing. Okay, so first one was the 25-minute. Okay. There's clearly this one here off the 27. It's not as clean. This is what can make a star reversal, so just have to be a bit cautious here. 28 minutes, again, still kind of stalling a bit. This is between 2:32 and 3 o'clock. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, 5. 29-minute was one of the nicer setups with that 149 flip. This flipped at 218. What price did we hit at 218? That was when we tested 71.38.39, right? Yeah, it is. This runs till 247. So I would say this is an important period to try pushing back this range so that we don't form like a star reversal back down, okay? 31-minute was the initial huge bear flag that I noticed this morning off highs. This was linked to that 1236, 107, okay? Taking out the lows before 107 was extremely bearish. The 138, 209, 240. This is where they could take it back to 57, 58. Okay, and then the 32 was one of the cleaner looking setups in terms of structure in alignment with that 1136. And this one flipped over at 144, 216, 248. So there's basically the window is around that 240, 248, 3 o'clock. 33 was linked to that 1136 and 148, 221, 254. So what we're doing is we're counting to see the number of bars. So normally when you have conflicting patterns, so like the 28 for instance already being on its third bar, okay, you see how it tried so hard to push and exhaust before that happened, especially between 36 and 204. Okay, do you see that? That's when it was pushing here. Okay, and it gave it that window through here. Like, do you see how they brought it back to that price point here? Another way you can look at that is this, okay, and this are likely the mid-range between here. So, and since some of the really, really wide ones that happened were mainly off the wider time frames, like that 39 minute. This was 209 till 248 also. This was also off that 1133 stall, okay? And I think some of the final ones were, this is nice because it's off that 149. This is linked to 230, which was that 4-4 break right now. And it's also linked to 311. This one was clean for 218 and 3. So like I was saying earlier, like a lot of these, if they hold the line around that time and retrace, they're in duration till 248, 3 o'clock, basically until end of session today, okay? So, do you see what I'm saying? 232, 316, 4. And that's based off like the 4-bar scenario. I didn't really go back and check the wider frames that we were watching, but we can. Like, we were looking at the 70. I know this one we watched earlier for 1134, that flips at 240. A lot of the big flips, guys, are at 240, 248, so I want to see if they can get back over 5.8. If they can, I'm going to stick with the thesis that they could try retagging our highs, okay? This is 58. Our 77, 76, I think, were the primary frames that I said we're going to watch earlier. These ones. And a lot of these flip at 232. A lot of these are also durational till end of session today too. Okay, do you see this? Do you guys see what I'm saying? Like basically they could just negate the whole range. If they're especially off 70, 79 and 70, 80, you guys, that's a huge area, okay? This doesn't flip till 304. These are just some examples of, and it's basically to take us back to the 71, 66, 67, 71 retest, okay? And put those odds back in play. Earlier we looked at the 81 minute, which was linked to highs. This doesn't flip until 36, but the easiest way to look at this, honestly, is anything that's linked to those highs in the 4th bar and anything that's linked to that 148 to 149 period. So 29, 41 minute are really easy ones to kind of follow, like this, okay? Do you see what I'm saying? Like these are very easy. So 247, 316, 345, it just kind of sets the tone. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's why you could have duration till close. And I think so too. Especially if they clear 5-8 ahead of 3, okay? And then there was the 41 minute, same thing. Anything with the 348 or 148 are these frames here. So I'm gonna paste these. These are all the time frames linked to high of day. If you guys want to use these. These are all the ones that are linked to lows. A lot of them are ones I was already using anyway based on structure, but the ones based on structure are not these ones, okay, which like the ones that are linked to like 36, 44, they weren't linked to the actual low of day, but they had better structures, or like the high of day, but better structures, okay? Okay, I think I might reset my chart. I don't know if I want to do it just yet. It's the 242 windows. 248 had the most flips, but there was the period just before and just after 3. I didn't mark the ones in here. They were like 316. 311, 342. What's the one scenario that could happen if they stall this range here? Like beneath 5.8 but above 3.3. My only concern would be maybe like a reversal back like this or something. This would be the case if they want to leave it closer to 7,100. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. I definitely did not say we were going to have an inside week on the report. Sorry. I don't know what you're talking about. We can have, if we open here or stay here, they could have multi-directional week, stay inside early in the week, and then higher odds to clear between the 22nd and 24th, with the 23rd being the highest probability. But that doesn't say that we're staying stuck inside. And then this specifically says, Okay, if they fail here, it's a neutralized area. This is mainly if they fail 7-8, which clearly they held, but these were the time frames. The 23rd and 24th is the earliest odds to fully continue or exhaust. So those are the highest odds to take out the weekly range, okay, or last week's range or whatever. So with the 23rd being the earliest, 24th being the highest. So I don't know where you're reading that. We never had the full reset. So the idea was if you fail here, then you get the full reset. Okay, so this. I'm just copying the report, but it's pretty straightforward. Okay, so we didn't fail that area, so it's back to neutralized odds. Okay, so and then I did say that the 23rd has to come to a decision. Late week directional expansion odds increase if they sustain and reclaim core ranges. Okay, so what does that mean? What does this mean? Can they still expand on the week to 71, 88, 92? Don't forget 7144 is linked to 71, 88, 71, 90, 92. Sorry guys, I had to explain some things to someone. So far they're stalling 71.52. Okay, and specifically off these ranges here, so they're definitely leaning towards that flatlining scenario. There still is that one bear scenario where they could have that reversal I drew, but that would be keeping it back in the zone, which is that case where they could end up flat for the week. This is mainly based on these structures, okay? So this is the fourth bar. They can maybe nest till 3. They could form some flags. These are neutralized ranges, so Okay, and when they stalled, specifically off these points in time here, okay, around this 236, 242, 240, these were the times. And then 248 we said was so important, and 249, right? So they're clearly reducing range. And that's likely if they don't want to try to bring this back to engulf it today or something. Because otherwise they could have tried pushing back to 7-1. Do you see what I'm saying? Well, there's a lot to take in this week. Honestly, even my brain hurts, but there was a lot of factors that kind of came into play today. So many people, and just by reading the comments, I constantly keep reading people saying we're going to 6,900. Okay, I have to even stop myself for a second because I remembered we haven't even tested 7080. Okay, so the fact that we haven't tested 7080, this is a huge point. Okay, could they take out this range tomorrow, let's say, now that we have tested 7080? there's anything that you're confused about, guys, just go back and read the Substack, okay? Go back and read the thread. Go back and read the Discord. I am certain that there is not a single point I left out this week, okay? Or a scenario. And I can say that really confidently because I looked at every single thing. There's not a single thing I didn't look at. So I kind of factored it all in. This is currently playing into that scenario where they could keep it sideways, unfortunately. So 2-day finally broke a little bit. It didn't break highs. It kind of slightly took out the lows, but this flips over tomorrow. 3-day is kind of the structure that's a bit more concerning. This runs into tomorrow. Currently stuck on an inside frame. This flips over tomorrow though, so maybe we see some better range breaks tomorrow. 4-day also stuck in an inside range. This doesn't flip till the 28th. Remember how I said they could also delay us? 5 days on its 4th bar, which is stuck inside. This doesn't flip till the 28th. Six-day doesn't flip till the 24th. This is the potential bear structure that is putting us at some risk. Seven-day is the one that's stuck inside and doesn't flip till May 4th. 8-day was the bigger structure that flips on the 28th. This is why it's important if we don't see continuation tomorrow and Monday, massive bear structures are forming. That was that megaphone scenario that we talked about if they really wanted to do something like that. Okay, do you guys know what that would look like if they did something like that? That's basically... So if they can't push this high enough, we talked about this on Sunday, if they can't push this any higher and get like a close like this, let's say, then this would negate. If they can't do something like this, okay, then they could do something like this. And this is what would screw us over basically into end of month and maybe like early mid-quarter. Another scenario was that they could maybe test both sides. If they fail to get into the zone before the 28th, they could take us back in here. And then maybe we make like a, this is where we can, hey, where's the 6900s people? Where are the 6900 people that are crazy about getting back to 6900 without even testing 7080 first? And keep wanting that. This would be that scenario. So if they can't push a zone or keep this directional or try to negate this as early as Monday, this is where this could go back into this range. But they could still hold 6900s and then try bringing it back up. Okay, so these are all the scenarios. And it's basically, you would hold, this is the holding 256 point range me and Katie talked about Sunday. Okay, every single scenario I looked at and I put in here. So you just have to go back and read. That's literally it. This scenario here. But you can't just do that. You don't just break down like that. That's not how it works, okay? I'd go back and read from here, okay? So risk extends basically if they start failing the 70-50s, which is what they prevented doing this afternoon around 2. Does that make sense? Because if they had done that, then yes, you could have, that's why $70-30s, $70-50s. That could have triggered basically 6900s as early as tomorrow. Okay. Or exhaustion occurring as early as the 24th. Does that make sense? So let's take a look, since they're basically doing the sideways scenario. When you start to barcode like this too, we're also barcoding on daily on 6th, 7th bars. Yeah, you don't even have to search Discord though before real time starts to have daily plan. I've been posting on Substack every single day in pre-market and after hours. But you could also follow those cheat sheets. This was literally yesterday that I sent this, so I mean, honestly, sometimes just try to go back and read because everything is in here. Okay. I don't think YouTube lets me post that much, but YouTube booth. Remember, the side that had the highest odds is both sides lose. Okay, so they don't take out 70-80 and they don't take out 71-88. That's the lose-lose scenario. Okay, this scenario, and then they just chop it back around 7100 to 7160s basically. I don't know. I could be wrong, but I feel like that could honestly play out. And I did say if they're unable to clear 716674 again, which clearly they failed this afternoon, that is what would bring us down. This is what had this, like, this isn't an easy week, so even trying to predict this the way I did is insanely hard. So just plus I also put that out on Substack so you guys don't have to scroll in Discord. That's a pretty generic question. What do you mean? How long is an ideal stall period? That every single day would differ. It depends on your conditions. It depends on your price. It depends what time you hit highs. It depends what time you hit lows. It depends what price you stalled at. It depends on the day of the week. It depends on the structure that you're flipping. It depends on if they're pinning the close. It depends on if it's Friday. It depends on if it's midweek. Like, you can't just, there's no ideal stall period. Every single day has different conditions. So in this case, this was the least ideal time to stall 7148 because this was the time that if they cleared 5-8, they could have avoided keeping this stuck this afternoon. Okay, so at this point, those 3 o'clock periods we talked about, 3:15, 3:16, is probably the time that you want to try getting back above 7120s. Okay, and retracing back 7138 and 44. They're likely keeping this in that sideways scenario. Do you guys know what the sideways scenarios is? I just posted it, but do you know what it is? So it's above 7106, okay, but nested maybe between 7122, 7138, 7144, with some odds of getting back to 7152, 7158, 7166. That's where they keep it pinned beneath 71, 74, but holding above basically 7100, okay? And that's basically to keep both ends of the trade limited. So let's say something like this. How many points is that? Okay, and something like this. You can even keep it zone bound, like between 70.99. If we had the full range, which is 8.8, it's roughly 17 points in range. Okay? On a lower scale, you could probably have it closer to like 6.8, 6.9. You can go with 6.6. I feel like 6.6 is probably safe. That's like the 22 point range, which is around that, basically where we open the week. Okay? That's what would keep you stuck in between. Does that make sense? These were the areas that would have really helped odds. 44, 46, 75, and then the 4.9. Getting over 5.1 is back into the mean. So technically speaking, if they're holding 71.20s, and specifically the midpoint range, which is that 2.6, 2.4, 2.7 area that we talked about before. Okay, like that's the median between here and here. I don't know if you guys can see that. I mentioned it this morning, but I'll just mention it again. Do you see that? Okay, if they're holding that mid-range, they still have an odd of getting 71.58, 71.66. Can still be in play, but range likely limited above now due to stalling at the 248 to 236 to 240, 242, 248 period. Okay? What kind of session does this make this if they did something like this? This is literally playing out how we planned, okay? So this would be the neutral trap. And I did say yesterday this is the highest probability trade. So they would basically try testing both sides and then keep it stuck in between. Unfortunately, they couldn't tag 8.8. They did tag 7.9 and 80 though. So does this answer your question? Like what entry are you looking for? The only entries you could possibly have on this would be off the 71.20s. Okay, to try retesting 5.2, 5.8. That's your long entry. A short entry, the thing is you, like these are not good ranges if you miss like the initial longs. Yes, you could have one right here to there, but do you understand that they could keep this sideways? Do you get the concept of that? Like this is where they would kill both sides of the trade, which had probably the higher odds to play out this week. Unless, of course, like I said, they can start pushing off those bars that we were looking at. So the 31 minute, for instance, is flagging a little bit till 342. A lot of these are going to be like very, very late day trades. Okay, like 327, 332. This is flagging for 352. What could they try redoing today that I mentioned earlier? Which is a very high probability. Where did they close us yesterday? 71.64.50. Well, it wasn't the best close. It wasn't bad, but we won it over 6.6. What could they try doing today? Specifically, if they can at least get back over this 5.2, 5.8 for the last half hour of the day. And maybe give us some flags on those time frames, like the 41 minute. This 42 exhaustion period. That's a 3-bar negation between 342. A lot of these odds are very, very late in the session too. We can go back over them. Even our 25-minute flagged. Our 28 was one of the earlier ones that runs. A lot of these are basically till end of session today. What else could they try doing, you guys? And this is a very good odd. This is what would keep our weekly upside targets in play for tomorrow. And you could see a lot of these have 1, 2, 3. A lot of these fourth bars are not until the last 40 to 30 minutes of the session today. Yeah, reset those closing prices, right? They might also have higher odds because today is a day that we also have a core hold, so they might give us a better odd of trying to get that reset, right? Hi, welcome, party of 14. Trump is talking? Okay. So, do you guys understand the theme? Does that answer your question, JS? Like, I don't know if that answers your question. That's not how market dynamics work. Every day is different. This specific period here was delayed because these were the better odds for them to try breaking out of this range here, okay? The only thing that could be keeping this in play is the fact that they still, especially off the 248, 240 window and 242 window, if you're paying attention here, what did they do ahead of that, and what did they do? So specifically off the 36, 35, there's a few things that they did. If you pay attention to open close, they took it above 50, that's one. Okay, off the 40, what did they do here? They still managed to close above 4.4. Do you see what I'm saying? Same with the 4.1. This was the final minute stick. They still closed above 4.4. 4.2 is what started to reduce that range. Same with the 3.8. These were the better odds to try clearing back over 5.2 to 5.8. Okay, so same thing with the 3 o'clock period. This is kind of where they reduced it back beneath 3.3, 3.4. Do you see that? But they still held over 3.3, 3.4. I don't know if you can see that, like just ahead of that. You probably didn't want to go all the way back. This is where you started to really reduce odds ahead of 3. But these times of day are linked with these points in the day. So obviously you want to try to get back over 71.38, okay, by 3:15. You want to try reclaiming 71.43, which you're clearly failing right here at 316. These are some like mid-afternoon odds, closer to like, we had some odds around 330, 332. This is what could make it pinnable, okay? Yeah, because you're not listening. They could trap both sides of the trade. You're not paying attention. I've been trying to say that for the last hour. Okay, so and you can see based on what they're doing, they took out. They usually will test both sides. They took out 4.4844 by a few points. Okay, they also took down 3.3 by a few points. Do you see what I'm saying? This is what causes that tightening, trapped range scenario. This. There are some late odds today, but they're super late, so closer to like the last 10-15 minutes of the session today, like around 352, 356, I think, 344, 41. I would say that you'd probably want to be back over 4.4 before 3:30, and that would be the only way that you could maybe have an odd of getting out of this range in here, and then get back to reset your close from yesterday and Friday last week. Okay, this is the only way you could get the retest of these. You will not get any retest beneath the 7174 areas, and just like you won't really have super high odds of getting the 80 retest if you're above this area here. Okay, this is kind of keeping it in between. Okay, I think I'm going to end the stream right now, guys. Maybe I'll check back the last 10 minutes just to see, because they could keep this stuck a little bit here. And then I'll just manage the rest of my other positions into the close. Thanks for watching. Hopefully you guys had a good session today. Just be careful, because they could start doing that sideways type of range. There still are some odds of getting that push to 5.8 in this area into the close. Maybe they reset the close, but just be a bit cautious in this range in here, specifically between 71.22, 71.32, 71.38, 71.44.